2024, these calendars would be back on track. CVCD also had setbacks. We could not hold our CVCD Excellence Awards on time. However, we have now brought that back on track, and we have completed all our CVCD Excellence Awards up to 2020 and 2022 this year by having two conferences every year, two Excellence Award ceremonies for the last 2 years in 2022 and 2023. However, the same cannot be said about CVCD conference, because despite being a Vice Chancellor for 4.5 years, this is going to be my first CVCD conference as well, because we have not been able to hold a CVCD conference for the last 6 years, held in 2017. Now, we did plan it to hold it in 2019 once in Kandy, but we just couldn't do that for other reasons. Therefore, the CVCD this time decided to restart all our activities and bring everything back on track, on time, and start this event, because we've been having the CVCD Excellence Awards and a lot of activities related to that. And I can tell you, every Excellence Award, huge amount of work for the CVCD. So we've been struggling to cope with that, but we decided to hold this conference as a kind of a low-key profile activity, but with more relevant topics for discussion. So that is why we have decided on the theme, sustainable transformation of higher education in our country, and only selected 2 topics. Sustainable, that human resource development is a huge problem in the university system, and there are many other issues that need to be resolved with time. So we will be touching on this. I'm sure CVCD is on track, and things could move forward from there onwards. So in that context, let me now welcome our chief guest, Chairman of the University Grants Commission, Senior Professor Sampath Amaratunga, for attending as our chief guest. We all know that he's been working very hard during the pandemic, COVID-19, and supported educational programs in all universities. And we probably are maintaining our education system because of the hard bending. And along with that, I also wish to welcome all the other members of the University Grants Commission, the Vice Chairman, Senior Professor Udawatta, Chandan Udawatta, and all the other Senior Professor Anand Jayawardena and others in the Commission. And of course, all my colleagues, all Vice Chancellors. I welcome all of you for this conference, because we felt that all of you are extremely important for the CVCD. Especially to have a dialogue on funding higher education and reforms needed for funding higher education and digitalization, because you all are the parts of the engine of the higher education system. And we need all of you in this conference to tell us, we need to go in this direction, and this is what we can do. Because we know all the shortcomings, we know all the hardships that all of us go through along with us, and we want all of you to be part of us when we go through this journey. Director Budget would be attending the conference in the morning. She will not be able to attend the inauguration ceremony, but she will be here at any time before the first session. So I wish to welcome her, Ms. Menaka Rajaguru, and all directors of ICT in universities, all directors of distance education units, and other nominated. Especially there is a group of people who have been supporting us for the last 2 months in organizing the conference. That's staff of University of Visual and Performing Arts. And at this point, at the outset, I wish to thank our Vice Chancellor, Senior Professor Rohana Malinarachi, and his team, and for them to be here. And thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. That we invite the chairman of the apex body of the university system in Sri Lanka, Senior Professor Sampath Amaratunga, to address the gathering at this CVCD conference.
Sena and former chairperson of CVCD, and respected VCs, deputy vice chancellors, deans of faculties of the system, registrars, bursars, and directors of postgraduate institutes, Mahanayaga Hamduru Avasarai. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to touch, we all know we are in a crisis that is already officially announced by the governor of the central bank. So automatically all funding flows close to higher education, except very few. Cannot build buildings, and almost we are running with rented places. But anyway, we are not still compromise the quality. I will come to these challenges later on, but these are the things actually we have experienced global transformation. So one of the most challenging developments in education over the last few years has been its accelerated digital shift. So we have done this for the last 3 years. Because we have shifted to the total digital mode by all universities, today we don't have a backlog. But at UGC, the handbook is already printed in all 3 languages, waiting to read. If we get results today, tomorrow books are available in all registered places. Then students can apply. So we normally give 3 weeks. So last time, within 2 months and a week, we have issued cutoff. So this time we are planning to issue cutoffs even before that. But then 2023 A levels, when we are going to have results, when you are expecting, right? But according to media. So then, digital transformation, hybrid and blended education delivery. Still we are doing this. If the pandemic, I don't think we may shift like this very soon from manual teaching, learning to this level. We have conducted exams online. Our mindset is have a supervisor in a place like this, in a big stage, few invigilators walking around students to see whether they are doing anything bad, and we check them. But the academia changed the total mentality. That is unbelievable. Allow students to sit for exams from home. So we have changed the system to that extent, and cleared all backlogs. So we are waiting to receive next batch. Then student well-being, of course, a problem. 2019, in most of our places, it's 150 at least. So most of the students share the lunch. But we are not in a position to increase their stipend. We are really in a crisis. Lot of places helping students, each and every university help. Community kitchen, Jaffna, I have experience, and everywhere, all universities. Then change and sustainability, an ever important challenge for global industries. Education has its own agenda to meet when it comes to improving sustainability. So this suggests us to go for a new source of power. So we need money to invest for solar and so on. Otherwise, how can we run universities when you get power cuts and very high electricity bills? Increased focus on applied learning and graduate employability. There is an increasing demand for both students and employees that graduates have more hands-on work experience. So we are doing this. We provide practical training and inside training. Falling in enrollment rates, even though you get numbers, there is a change. So last year, we have checked, if you take the bio best results, from first 100, 2 students refused to come. They went to England. So I have asked admission just to check and see why they are not. I have asked. We are concerned. If it is a different matter, then we have to address. So I have asked. Then admission said, no sir, they are well settled down. They have gone to England. That's fine. So like that, if you take the next 100, the other 100, you get changes. You get changes. You can see enrollment changes. And we are seeing about all these patterns. And we discuss with the CVCD as well. An increased demand for course places, falling student retention and completion rates. These are common everywhere, even in England, US, everywhere. It's common. Why we can compare? We don't have backlogs. We all have worked during last 3 years. When you run a coursework and exams, even though you have a department for examinations inside the university, but academic staff had to do all preparations for exams. So what an experience that we had. Then running universities internally. Dollar went up to 390 and returned to 290 few weeks ago. Again it was 320 and yesterday again strengthened rupee. So we very much concerned. Fluctuations as well. Professor Karunaratna knows, not only this strengthening, when you have this fluctuation. So we are in a situation like that. But today is better than 12 months ago. So we believe tomorrow will be more. 55,598 undergraduates in 17 universities plus few institutes. So according to norms, if it is arts, humanities, social sciences, education and law, it is 15:1 and 18:1. That is the norm for academic staff student ratio. Performing arts 15:1. Management 18:1. Medicine, dental, veterinary 7:1. All other, that is agriculture, science, everything, technology 10:1. So if you calculate according to the ratios, we need to have 12,992 academic staff members in our system. Today we have 6,548. And we have calculated more than 400 gone abroad and like resigning. So we have to add that as well here. So if we run the system as it is, without a huge change in recruitments, at the end of the year, 49.60, we have to run with vacancies, 50%. My worry is, just to imagine another 6,000 people doing research in universities. How many papers they can add to the system? 6,000? Say at least 5,000. Another 4,000 papers. Colombo, Peradeniya, Moratuwa, they produce more Scopus papers per annum. So we have segments. I have all data. We studied actually. I really like collection of information and studying what is happening. So like that we have 3 or 4 segments. So just to imagine, when you have, I think, Colombo 622, Moratuwa 655, with this staff capacity. So my worry is ranking. What we have achieved, if we don't sustain this, I don't think that we will be able to catch this again. Most of the universities, decade ago, we were in 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 range in webometrics and reached to 2,000 or 1,500 to 2,500 range. So that is actually the worry. This is actually the result of crisis. So in a simple production function, we have land, labor, capital and entrepreneurship. So land is now fixed. No one can rent out new land and we can't purchase land as well. 5 billion odd fund, waiting until we clear a land. Then even other places, we have released 46% as we promised. It's a big challenge. It's good if we have at least released 46% from the promised total capital. So I think we have to give the credit to all VCs and their deans administrative staff, everybody, taking the nation without stopping, making backlogs for problems. So we are ready to take next intake as well. So we have 32,303 arts, humanities, social science, education and law. We have computer science, 3,972. You have to compare this with that. You know what is the world demand today, right? And performing arts, we have another 5,313. Nearly 26 point covers humanities. Mainly, we don't have science in 65% of schools in the country. That's the reason. I have studied those who are coming to art stream with 9 days, with 8 days. So many things that we have to help. So we have wrote a proposal to World Bank asking money, 400 million, to invest in all humanities faculties. We have developed laboratories, given AC, computers. Somehow we managed to get new cadres as well, and given the science graduates in arts faculties to teach IT and computer science. Done everything. But Treasury said, not the budget, openly told, Professor, may aatanta the computers. That was given to me. Right? We want to transform this, but not the budget. Told me, I said, I am the chairman UGC. I am responsible for those policy making. You don't have that authority to talk like that. So we are going to transform the system to offer diplomas, and they will come out with diplomas at least, and SASCOM given the guarantee, Professor Hewagama is here, former UCSC director, these arts graduates to the computer science industry. So things are happening. I must also tell you, HE summoned a special cabinet meeting and asked me to. So he was very helpful, asked Treasury to help all universities. He likes restructuring and expansion as well, but very difficult when it is come to Department of Management Services, openly speaking. This particular university runs without a register. Why not for performing arts? They said, we have given mistakenly for other two universities, and we don't give this to performing arts. So you will not. But yesterday at the CVCD, we have decided to go and meet at least the President Secretary. They are helpful, and we want to go and tell them that these weaknesses. I have just touched how we run universities. They are running all places. 5,000 to 16,000 youth from the age group 19 to 25 in our premises. This is unbelievable. unbelievable with the student unrest and everything. On behalf of the government, to all VCs, deans and academia, registrars and everybody, helping the nation to clear all backlog in higher education and ready to take even tomorrow the next group. So thank you very much, Professor Sujeeva, inviting me. I have opened up so many things. I'm also cleared so many backlogs with Professor Nilanthi. Yes, you said we have planned to have this today's conference in 2017, but happened today. That's good. No backlog. So thank you very much.
Now present a token of appreciation to our chief guest, Senior Professor Sampath Amaratunga, the Chairman of the University Grants Commission. Thank you, sirs. Distinguished guests, we now conclude the ceremonial inauguration of the Biennial Conference of the CVCD 2023. The conference brings together leading researchers in the field of higher education in Sri Lanka under 2 engaging sessions to follow today. While we cordially invite you to be a part of these sessions, details of which are in the program, we will now adjourn for light refreshments. Refreshments will be served outside at the patio. Thank you.
Good morning once again. Let me just brief you about our current issues for the next three speakers to take on from there. So, in our current model of funding, most fully provided by the consolidated fund. So, on average, this can vary every year. It can vary from 60 to 84 billion. And out of this money, 80% or more in every university is spent on salaries and emoluments. And we get about 6 billion rupees in capital, which is very low in proportion compared to salaries. And of course, this is coupled with slowness in cash flow and a regular funding shortfalls every year and cuts. And if you want data which you collected over the last few months from the entire system, you can see over the last 5 years the funding shortfalls in entire university system from 2019. So what you are seeing is that there had been very close to 50,000 or for more than 35,000 million or 35 billion rupees every year for personal emolument. And most of the personal emoluments are actually given very, very close to the last cent. With regard to recurrent funds, we are falling short by very close to 1 billion rupees or little over 1 billion rupees, and varying in different years. And in the recurrent grant of state universities, you can see a large amount of money is actually not being sent by Treasury through in this system. It's a system issue, it's a model issue. And capital block grant, you can see we have anything between 3 billion to 9 billion, 9 billion rupees. State universities in this country fall short by 2 billion rupees in funding. That's all 17 universities. Now, what happens as a result of that is this. We always end up with outstanding bills from previous years. And this year we have 4.5 billion rupees of outstanding bills. And I'm sure UGC chairman is well aware of it. We are all talking about it with the Treasury. So that is one side of it. So whether this system that have been there for the last 75 years or more or less should be sustained, would be, or at least should be our discussion point. Or whether we should change this entire model. On the other side, we have our own clients, students. So I don't have data from all the universities and entire university system on this. But this is what the data I have collected for University of Ruhuna. You can see, I'm sorry about this figure. Maybe if you switch off this light, you can see it better. So what we are seeing there is different faculties and different income of the parents of students of different faculties. And you can see Faculty of Medicine. The students of Faculty of Medicine are the richest students. Add them with students of all the other faculties and their parental income, very close to 1 million rupees per year, probably more on this. And poorest are the students from humanities and social science faculties. Difference between the two is very close to 750,000 rupees. So, when you in different years, it's being interesting on the other graph there is the parental income of all the university students. So basically in University of Ruhuna there isn't a single student whose annual parental income is less than 200,000 rupees. So what is actually happening to students whose parents are earning less than a year? So they are not entering. Theoretically, they are not entering the higher education system. So, education on this graph is polarized towards rich. Whatever the intentions of Dr. C.W.W. Kannangari in 1940s is now being reversed. So, rich students enter medical schools and engineering faculties, not far behind medical faculties. Poorer students enter being taught. Our subjects are taught in large majority of the schools. So there are many reasons, but there is a huge problem there. It's getting increasingly polarized with time, and that's 2022. So we got analysis of 4 faculties, medicine percent of our students on Mahapura scholarship. Now, before 2019, I knew the Central Bank and World Bank data, about 10% of the people were below poverty line. Even if it increased by threefold over the last 3 years, it would have been 30%. But we have 45% on students on Mahapula and bursaries. And right now, UGC is giving Mahapula for 45% of students and another 25% of bursaries. So 70% of our students are on some kind of welfare. The issue is, do all of them need this? Some scholarships are, of course, merit. Maybe we have given it on the basis of merit in 1985 when Minister Lalitha Thuratmudali started this. Does it need to be continued? Can we move from that model to support poorer students by giving them 10,000 rupees and cut it down from other people who don't need or who don't deserve it? So this is a summary of Mahapula scholarships over the years in University of Ruhuna, and I am sure all our vice chancellors can sit down and analyze their own data, and then we can put this down on comparison. My feeling, this is an opinion only, I don't have data, probably the students who are coming to universities like Colombo and Moroto and maybe Japura and Kalani around Colombo are probably richer than students who are going into other universities in the country. But that's an opinion, I don't have data to support that. I know with my analysis on medicine are poor. So it just raises this issue of equity. And equity is not equal. What we are doing is giving 5,000 rupees for everyone who really deserve more, don't get it. Can we transfer this model into equity? It's a question. If you don't transfer, we will not bring in justice for higher education system. Because equity means justice. And that's the model transformation. And if you do that, they can at least hang on to low-hanging fruits. Pluck. We who have gathered here are going to be policymakers for this country. We need to understand this picture very well. So let's move on from there. We are not funded on a per student ratio. Theoretically, it gets calculated. There is no binding on to repay or serve the country after higher education. Higher education eliminates poverty, especially within families, but not necessarily in the 60,000 students, which is very close to what Professor Samarasungam mentioned this morning, 158,000 plus. And 80 billion rupees allocation, that means 500,000 rupees per student allocation. And that's a large amount of money. It's just that this model doesn't work. It's high for medicine. So medical students get 8.2 million rupees for a 5-year education. And 500 them out of 2,000 leave the country within a year of graduation. And we are losing 4 billion rupees every year on that. And that's our funding shortfall for recurrent bills over the last few years. Law for humanities and social education. Additional welfare on Mahapala and bursary. Hostel and canteens are subsidized. Hostel fees 50 rupees. We pay bills. So it's actually more than 5,000 rupees Mahapala. So we really need to rethink about this model to provide equity, not necessarily for government to save money. Provide equity for their own. We have a bleak picture on our higher education system. Annual birth cohort is little over 300,000 and only 180,000 pass A-level. Qualified to enter the university, and only 25% of them are taken, 45,000. And of course, not only 45,000 come. I strongly believe that education is to eliminate poverty. And I think over the 75 years, education and free education has been the most successful and most effective tool to eliminate poverty in this country. And it's a welfare tool to me. Not like Samurdhi, not like Kastasuma, not like any other Janasavyo, whatever the program that had been there. So education has eliminated poverty in this country more than any other tool that had been brought to eliminate poverty in this country, especially higher education. And we are beneficiaries of this today, and we are in a different social class today. So our children, do they need this welfare? That is what we need to think. Like us today, when we were young children, need help from us with policy reforms. And how can we do this? We can only do this by this concept called progressive universalism. This progressive universalism is actually brought in to bring affirmative action, bring in equity. You take out welfare from people who don't need it slowly, and then give more welfare to other people. And I took this from a health model, how children with more vulnerabilities are given in 1990s. This same model, they took away welfare from those who don't need it, gave more to other people. And this is how their enrollment went up from 1990s to reach over 90% in everywhere, in tertiary education, in this model. And if you don't do this, and we are probably late in doing this, if you don't do this, we probably will go bankrupt in education. Our problem is this: we do have information, but we don't analyze, we don't interpret, we don't use this information. Free education is at crossroads. 3 generations have benefited, and some who benefited should be taken away. I don't think, say for example, I'm a strong believer that doctors' children should not be given free uniforms and free books. Some who benefited should be taken away, and those who never benefited must be given more opportunities. And they are in the rural, poor, and urban slums and marginalized communities by affirmative action and policy reforms. And our commitment to protect free will be measured one day when the education system collapses in the near future. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, let me stop and let the speakers take over and run. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our first engaging paper of session 1 is titled Creating Wider and Deeper Ownership Towards Sustainable Funding of Commitments for Transformation of Higher Education. And it will be delivered by Mr. Preeti Pereira, the former Secretary General of the Sri Lanka National Commission at UNESCO. Mr. Preeti Pereira, the stage is yours, sir.
Ayubowan, honor and a pleasure, but a humbling experience also, to be addressing all the intellectuals of the country. We're talking about the crisis in education and funding for education. Since 2018, our country has been through many upheavals, starting from the constitutional crisis in 2018, immediately followed by the terror attack on Easter Sunday, and then came COVID, and finally the big crash. So that's our recent past, and we are recovering, although, as always, being resilient. But when we are faced with a crunch like this, a financial crunch, we need to find this. The crisis is not only the crisis in the country, but the crisis in education. And this goes much deeper than finance, but it is one of equity and one of quality. Young people and also, young people and also adults alike report that education does not give them the knowledge, the experience, the skills and values in order to be competing and living in this 21st century, a very challenging world. It's rapidly changing society. Employers complain of skills mismatch, and parents and investments in education. So it is therefore very important to try and find a way of transforming our education system to make it fit for purpose. We need to rethink the purpose and content of education. It's apt to say that some of our classrooms are turn off the previous century. A few schools have it. And almost all our professors are born in the 20th century. And we are teaching the kids of the, but it's a global phenomenon. I mean, centuries change, but it happens. But this century has seen a very rapid jump, thanks to the 4IR, the Industrial Revolution, the big data, Internet of Things, and it's really taken off. So that's where we are. Now, briefly, let me see how the way forward should be. But I'll expand on it as I go along. We must find innovative ways of making the funds and addressing the right issues, like do less to do better. And also make your investments into targeted areas that gives the best return on investment, which is mostly targeted towards enabling all learners themselves at all stages of their learning. Because education is lifelong. It has different stages, but every stage matters. It's the building block. You build from 0 to eternity, being lifelong. So we need to attack that. Secondly, we have to have a new approach to finding funds and build the society, all of society, and all of government. I will expand on that also as we go along, but just a brief introduction into that approach. And of course, finally, the traditional way of, depending on the government. Because, of course, but education should be free. It's considered an investment and not expendable. So education is really the enabler, the great enabler is the treasure within us. So you can't take that away. So therefore, having said that, given that introduction of the importance of education, let us see, I would target 5 key areas in order to do less to do better and to get the best return on investment in education. Above all, we have to optimize the scarce resources. We need to know how from what we get to do best. For example, there will be, we have space. Make use of this. Earn some income from that. Optimize. The other thing would be to digitize. Digital education gives a lot of savings. I will again expand on that, but it is another means. And of course, finally, and last but not the least, is because people are worried about capital. I saw the capital expenditure. You see, when you look at education, it's about intellectualism. Investment in the human resource is over 60%. It's not only the universities here, it's global. But that's that intellect that produces all these global policies, advocacy, research, XYZ in so many different cross-cutting subjects. So this should be likewise for the universities. So let me see, going back and going forward, ensuring a learning environment to support the development of all learners. Let's go back to the famous Jacques Delors Commission report on education for the 21st century. It was just at the turn of the century, in the 1990s, but it's valid today and it will be valid forever. It is because it just talks of the 4 important paradigms in education. Learning to learn, learning to live together, learning to do, and learning to be. So let's see what it means by learning to learn. It is to learn, unlearn, and relearn. How to learn has to be brought in. Then the creativity and capacity for critical thinking. Learning to live together is very, very important when you look at all the upheavals, the violence, the wars that is going around. And If not, if we don't learn to live together, we'll be gone. And that involves respect for the other and for the environment, empathy, and also be able to live with global diversity, accept and embrace diversity, and respect of rights. So those are the things that will enable us to live together as human beings. Thirdly is to learning to do, which is also important. Now, here comes the technical aspects: STEAM education, science, technology, engineering, art, and mathematics. So because the A comes in also because it's so important. Although there's less investment in the humanities and social sciences, that is the majority of the cohort that we have, but they are very, very important. Because they have not been given the learning environment to develop themselves. So let's concentrate on that. Simple, I mean, you don't need to, I mean, it has to happen through all stages of education, from infancy or from childhood to adulthood and thereon. Learning is a continuous process. But into that, bring in the quality imperative on learning, to do, to live together, and to be. So, and then when it comes to live together, to learning to be, is to be able to express through the arts, have combination of the others into your education system, no matter what school, where, or university, then we are doing the right thing by the people or by the students. Secondly, having gone away, the quality of learning depends on the quality of teaching. Teachers are the gateway to recovery. That's the starting point. So if you want to have a good quality education, please invest on good quality teachers. Now, just 2 days ago or yesterday, I read in the newspapers, that about 600 professors, the professors leaving on sabbatical, getting loans, not paying the loans, and that used to occupy a lot of our time. It shouldn't. We have to focus on the teachers, encourage them, improve their status of all the professors, the teachers, the instructors, educators, and all that. So that is very, very important, and build up their capacities, their professionalism. So that is one. I want to also bring to your attention that Sri Lanka, and during my time as Secretary General of the UNESCO Commission, we managed to promote, and of course the Ministry of Education was involved, to start up a Center for Teacher Development in Mipe. It's called, UNESCO gave it recognition as a South Asian, was given 2014, but alas, nothing much got done for 6 years. And then with the subsequent evaluations, we had about 4, now the 5th one just finished, we had to struggle to save it from being de-recognized by a global education institute like UNESCO. So we have got breathing space, and it's so ministry, government, and all the others will get together to make the best use of it. And I would like the universities to also start getting involved with this center, because that's a very important one. And the 4 main areas that they handle would be the continuous professional development of teacher educators, that's the higher echelons of the teaching profession, the educators, the mentors, advisors, and counselors. So those who are the main areas, but the universities can also get a partnership with them and work together. In Sri Lanka, unless we share, unless we get together and work and exchange ideas, we'll be left behind. I haven't seen, I would like to see more and more partnerships between the universities and in the universities. Don't stay in silos. Go out, reach out. And that's how it happens overseas. Especially in a lot of interaction networking and all that between those universities. And also, we need to look at, when we are looking at making the optimum use of the limited resources, harness this digital revolution. It is fast moving now. And in other countries, I mean, now I know that UK, NIBM is tied up with Coventry University. So on this outcome-based learning 3 years ago, no examinations. But also one of the things is to award a degree, they needed to have a certificate on those soft skills. Learning to learn, to do, to live together, and to be. Otherwise, you don't get your degree certificate. So it's very important. Now, NIBM has just started it. But if you go on that line, and there's a much less demand on the classrooms and classroom sizes. There's sharing of resources, sharing of spaces. The big problem with our systems are that everyone wants to go for capital. Why? I mean, the first thing that they would do is brick and mortar. But the most important thing is here. That's where it's not invested well enough. Now, digitization gives us that opportunity because it can reach out to the furthest away, provided, of course, you've got to give connectivity. The system must be such that everyone can make use of it. There must be Wi-Fi, there must be the enabling environment for that to happen. During COVID, you saw some depressed areas, kids getting on the trees to get the Wi-Fi and trying to study. But invest into those things and you will be able to make massive savings. You don't need so many classes. You don't need so much of capital expenditure. Now, I was talking about the Center for Teacher Development. All those 6 years, they did nothing. But the first thing they did was build a building, a brick and mortar, and hostel and stuff like that. But nothing, no investment on the most important thing. Let's not forget that Sri Rabindranath Tagore, the first Nobel Prize winner of India, he taught under trees in Shantiniketan. And so did Professor Amartya on economics of poverty. Harsha will know. That's how it is. So capital, is the favorite, but it need not be. You need the basic thing. You have to have the resources to do what you need to do. All right. So then we come to the last topic. The fifth thing is set in motion. It will start bringing rapid changes, not only savings in investments, but outreach, and above all, there are a lot of open educational resources produced by every university, I'm sure. But are you sharing it? Please start sharing your resources, especially the OERs. There's so much. The others don't need to then duplicate resources. They can learn from the other. So that's the last one I wanted to say about digitization. But now getting on to the thing about getting funds. Invest more efficiently and more effectively in education of these available limited resources. So you must invest that first realize that education is not an expenditure. It's not expendable. That's the best investment you can ever make in any country, anywhere in the world. So we had to convince and oblige governments to try and spend a little more. Reallocate your resources. You don't need to go off the total budget. But reallocate. Why is education in Sri Lanka at only 2.12% of the GDP? Why is defense much more? Why are X, Y, Z more? Just please reallocate. If you want to develop, if you want to jumpstart and go forward, please concentrate on it. We had to convince them. And if you compare the rest of the countries. Of course, small countries like Bhutan and Maldives are over 6%, but they are small population. But India is about 4.8 now. massive population, 1.4 billion. And if you take Nepal, 4.4% from 2.12. It's not a big ask. Anyway, that's to be done. We must also perhaps ask our ODA governments, the G7, to give allocate more of their total allocation, say about 15 to 20% from what they are giving now to the cause of education globally. So that's one thing. Secondly, we have to invest more equitably. Equity is very important. You have all the depressed areas, the differently able people, and minority communities and all that. Start giving them the priority. But if you start giving them the digitization, you will see them taking a rapid leap. Thirdly, we have to invest more efficiently. That is to try and get the government to ensure that there is proper monitoring of and delivery. Lastly is to ensure that there is a whole of government and whole of society approach. Everyone must get together. I mean, not only one Ministry of Education, but Ministry of Technology, Technical and Vocational, then the Ministry of Environment, Economy, Finance, all of them have an educational component. So try to put them together and we can make some savings and get better resources. And even the SDG, Sustainable Development Goals, the SDG map gives various areas that you can jointly invest. Sustainable Development Council has brought out a map. So that's another way to go. So this whole of society, whole of government approach also must take place as a new revolution. But the most important thing is that the young people should be the heartbeat of this change.
Thank you so much, sir, for that wonderful session. Our second interactive paper of session 1 is titled Strategic Approaches for Sustainable Financing of Sri Lankan Universities by Professor P.M.C. Tilakaratne, the Vice Chancellor of the Open University of Sri Lanka. Professor Tilakaratne, over to you, sir.
Venerable Mahasangha, Chief Guest Professor Sampath Amaratunga, UG's Chair, fellow Vice Chancellors, Directors, Registrars, Bursars, Deans of the faculties, my guest speakers, and all distinguished invitees. This presentation, of course, does not the content of the presentation is not the that Open University ideas or the CVCD reflections. The responsibility of the presentation is vested with the presenter. So setting the ground, of course, already the previous 3 speakers, 2 speakers as well as Mr. Preeti Pereira set the ground. No need of discussing more on that, the topic. So going there, therefore that the objective of this presentation is to discuss the strategies that could be used to resolve the present crisis in the higher education system for the long-term sustainability. This is very important when it comes to the sustainability because, as very rightly stated, now 2015, for the whole education in Sri Lanka, the percentage out of the GDP is 2%. Now it's 2022, it's, that came down to 1.5. So therefore, now we were struggling to allocate 6% from the GDP. Now you can see how that the universities are surviving. And in the outset, our chairman stated that vice chancellors are not, making troubles to our parental residence, UGC, because we need not to cry over there, because UGC chair also, helpless, because the treasury is not allocating funds. So therefore, we are not stepping into our parental home for seeking funds. But at the same time, we are always asked to strike the balance between the quality of the higher education and, of course, focus on the research. And therefore, sustainable funding is a very important topic for our future. Now we all depends on the treasury funds. I'm not, going to share as I stated in the outset, the OSL story. But are the all, that 16 universities completely depending on but some other completely depending on the treasury funds. But at this allow, that their own university to collapse. So therefore, some sort of, that hard-earned funds are there through the interest income surviving. That is the true story. But at the same time, that flowing circulars and one after another, stating that whatever that earned income also to be transferred to the government treasury and all. It will never happen in this country. So therefore, expand and boost its quality standards under funding, coupled with most of the resistance come from the students, employees, and the public as well, because media recently, of course, went on viral. Professors are working this much of very less working hours. So therefore, to society, of course, the wrong picture already drawn. But still, public and our own, that trade unions are keeping silence. I wonder why is that. So therefore, this all, whatever the low-cost recovery, when it's, that quality education and research for reaching the high impact full, that university to the world. Why this the funding formula is important? As I stated, all undergraduate programs, of course, funded by the government. But other master's courses or the few diploma courses or the other extension courses, we conduct on free living basis. Two main problems we have, along with other problems. Increase in enrollment on year-on-year basis. And the politicos always used to say that expand the higher education without funds. Then continuous budget cuts. So therefore, serious economic crisis before us. Now with that, have had an extraordinary impact on public universities. So therefore, we need to explore and promote patronage and new income formulas. How that we are going to do that. But we cannot, as university leaders, vice chancellors, we cannot do it. It's a fundamental truth. So therefore, achieving the common goal through synergy is very much important. 2, expansion of higher education opportunities for all at an affordable cost. So therefore, you will see stakeholders are there, students, parents, industry, alumni, donors, community. Then universities are there, our leadership, vice chancellors, deans of the faculties, bursar, registrar, all. And then, that cost reduction. Always we are, that cut our cost. But you see from yesterday, 50% increase in the water bill. Double the electricity. So therefore, unexpected, unforeseen contingencies are emerging day by day. So then that we need to look for what kind of a strategy we need to formulate. That is very important. Then at the same time, Ministry of Education, and there is another ministry, State Ministry of Higher Education, always that my mind is asking the question, and the heart also, priorities for higher educational institutions. And then the government higher education funding policy. As I stated, what is the percentage? So therefore, that we cannot do it alone. So wider consultation, discussion, debates, brainstorming sessions are needed to convince, as Professor Sampath very correctly stated. With this, I would like to now bring existing funding model in universities in the world. This is important. Of course, that we are doing. Our bursars are, of course, adopting these funding models. Incremental funding is always now University Grant Commission, 10% or 15%, either increase or decrease is there. That is based on the, to maintain the status quo, always incremental funding for there. Then for the fee living courses, we have zero-based funding model. I am not going to discuss strengths and weaknesses of those models. But my request to the university administrations to look according to the size of the university, nature of the university operations, courses offered, and other investment areas, and how to select the most appropriate budgeting formula. And also, decentralized funding models are there to give the more, of course, independence. Activity-based funding models are there, especially when the donor agencies, World Bank, ADB, funding for our higher education. So based on the performance indicators, always we are in funding model. And then performance-based funding. What is your graduate output? Of course, we produce data, but data, I am not criticizing, but we are not using for the decision making most of the times. How many graduate output in particular discipline, where they are, what is the graduate's destination, or that existing degree programs, what sort of value addition created to the global economy. Then centralized funding model. So it's, that let's say block grants, it's all, popular. And then we go with all, that this funding formulas. This is very much important for the leadership and the university bursars to think about managing, of course, limited scarce resource, that's funds. Because lifeblood of any organization is funds or the money. Without, that this lifeblood, we cannot run the university system. Then quickly I come to the budget model for modern growing university. I do not know whether it's not visible. Colors are not matching. Allocate funds in a way that maintains the status quo, seeks always incremental growth, or decided to continue growth for global impact. So therefore, we have a choice, but choice is coming through from 2003 onwards, when our World Bank consultant is here, Dr. Harsha. Of course, I have a question whether, though that we are prepared, we have been preparing from 2004 onwards, strategic management plans for the universities, whether we have aligned for each activity, sub-activity, budgets, variation, and the performance indicators. No. So therefore, this is the model. This model is coming from the academic excellence, that is consistent with the university and faculty strategic plan, academic excellence and quality learning experience for students will be at the forefront. It implies that students will learn in the faculty that makes most sense of their overall academic program. That is, we need to focus. Then clarity, that is methodologies we are using, record keeping and key processes. New budget communicated and understood. Even to that shop floor worker, lower level, the work aid should understand these budget constraints. Then collaboration. The budget is developed, implemented and supported through collaborative and consultative relationships. Then efficiency, of course, touched Mr. Preeti Pereira. Revenue will be allocated and all faculties and all academic support units. Then long-term budget planning we need. I'm not going to discuss. Then risk management and flexibility. That is very much important. So once that we prepare the strategic management plan for the 5 years, I think that we are not focusing on revising it. So therefore, risk management in higher education, it is not there in our system. So we must have defense lines. First defense line, second defense line, third defense line. If the government, let's say that like Iran, what had happened, the Greece government experience, no funds, but universities survived because they had 3 defense lines. So that is the risk management to become, that let's say to achieve the resilience of the operation. Should support the approved overall strategic direction of the university and will align with the academic support required faculty and the strategic plans. Then support for strategic initiatives. Finally, transparency and accountability. This is very much important. The university will have a transparent resource allocation process across the faculties and academic support units with other data analysis and evidence to support decision making. Of course, in the institutional reviews, subject reviews as well, used to ask this question now. But it is very poorly addressed in the university system right now. Now then I come to the, of course, proven models in the world. I think my next speaker will address this at the length, but for a reason I brought this. So Australia, China, Japan, South Africa, you can see interest rate 3%, interests are the second China, interests are paid by the government during the university education period. Japan, so the first class scholarship loan, interest free second class scholarship. South Africa, the interest rate is equal to inflation plus 2%. Now you can see different bodies, institution. It's not the universities, but the student loans. Separate, legalize, institution is there to manage. So now you can see how the other developed countries are, that supporting for the higher education, but this is available for the non-state higher education here in Sri Lanka. That is the exclusivity we have here in Sri Lanka. Why not the state university sector? So in UK, US, right? So therefore, repayments are also not defined. Sometimes up to 65 years it is defined. Now that is the, of course, how the developed countries value the higher education. So we need to focus on these areas. So then I come to the most important topic through our own, that experience, and of course touched again, the third time I am reiterating. Prioritizing general maintenance work. We have every day a lot of, that maintenance activity, refurbishment, repairs, ongoing. So in the university system, due to, that dearth of maintenance staff, we used to, of course, outsource this maintenance work most of the time. But can't we adopt our own, human resources to do the, that 2 years and all that we can save a lot of money. Resource sharing. So UGC chair stated that University of Moratuwa medical faculty no land, but faculty is there. But Open University of Sri Lanka, now that provided the lecture hall facilities at our Kalutara Center, because it is very close to the Nagoda Teaching Hospital, and we resource sharing. We are always for the resource sharing, not only for that, not rental, of course, for the Open University of Sri Lanka. That is good. Resource sharing. As Mr. Preeti Pereira said, we are not going to invest for the bricks and mortars. So therefore, resource sharing is must. That, of course, coalition now high time to be formed, not to be compartmentalized as state universities. Not only this one, now the Zoom, we have to have a alternative open source or any other paid platform to facilitate these meetings and all the that academic work. So I do remember in 2004 when the first World Bank grant introduced IRQVUE, and the library consortium we have formed. So then most valuable journal, because that is that consortium funding, resource sharing. So in the future, software or whatever purchases we can do as that a consortium. Then task-oriented project completion by utilizing existing workforce, I already said. Then develop a mechanism for knowledge export instead of knowledge import. We do import still. Now, yes, now where it is? Now, Coursera, Udemy, the big companies in the US hired, of course, academics from the Stanford, MIT, and all to write material, where our Sri Lankan, of course, academics also can write, earn, of course, lot of money. Digitization of whole university operations, still that we are far lagging. All, that three efforts, that unsuccessful in our country. UMS, Indian company, and other, that efforts as well, right? So therefore, we need to focus on this. Then rationalizing our investment portfolio. That is also important. Continuous watch on interest rates, and that is a Bursa's job as well, but that with the council approval, investment committee approval, and the treasury approval as well. Sending letters, never receive a reply. But we are happy because we have a buffer, right, to have a defense. We have some money. Then commercialization of research and technology transfer. It's, of course, I must thankful to the AHEAD project. It's very well now happening within the university structure. Some of the universities, of course, that beyond the offshore companies also approached. That is also another funding source. Then attracting foreign students, I think that the government will allow, but that still we are at dilemma, still not given the full authority. Lot of procedures are there, but that we are trying our hard, all the universities, to attract the foreign students. Then transferring fraction of cost of students, cost of education to the students. This is very controversial, I know, but my fellow Professor Sujiva presented yesterday night. I just again the same thing. Dental is the that per year cost, this one highest that amount we spend per year. We should multiply this one 1.7 million by 5. Then the veterinary medicine, then medicine, allied health science, acted from the UGC and the Parliament Select Committee report. So lowest degree is the Islamic studies, BA in Islamic studies, 200,000 per year, right? So therefore, now I need to ask a question from our university community. Did we communicate this information to the students at the orientation? We are not. We are not that sensitize the students, not instilled in their minds the value of the education, free education of our country, because we are that of course the products of free education. We need to protect the free education system. To protect the free education system, we have to have alternative solutions, not that staying with the same, the funding formula. So therefore, so we have to have what is the way forward. Now I name it as what is called, I call it, we always absolute dependence. We need to, of course, that deviate from the absolute dependence now. So therefore, a change in the absolute dependence of state universities in Sri Lanka on government funding will require government to hold stakeholder consultation meeting to explore new financing sources rather than criticizing the university community. In fact, new financing plans for higher educational institutions cannot be simply imposed on them. That would ignite a series of strikes by staff and students, and it would be throw the higher education system into chaos. Very difficult. Therefore, the universities and other stakeholders should have input into plans and for adjustments needed and for their implementation. Now, proposed model. This is my own idea. Some other countries also, that tested this model. So, propose a model to establish a pool called Higher Education Development Fund through the participation of government and financial institution, and also with our 17 state universities. Help into the each bucket. Financial institutions use the funds to initiate student loans, but directly pay into the university. So these models are working very well in the world. And also, I have my own experience as well. Went on sabbatical, held the position at the Securities and Exchange Commission. I said, okay, I don't want to, yes, sorry, I want to, that be sustainable. So then what we did, seed funds given, and formed the trust within the one entity. That trust earned, that lot of funds for the sustainability. So that is the successful model in Sri Lanka as well. CVCD, given the, that legal face to it, will be able to, of course, come up with this kind of a model in the future. So then, lastly, so my time is up now. Some benchmarking best practices, of course, that we are doing these things. I extracted from one of the World Bank reports. They have, that given as an example, King Abdul Aziz University of a developing nation in Saudi Arabia. So how that alternative funding formula they have brought, right, on the top of funds from the government, the university generates its funding from subventions, encouraging creativity and entrepreneurship, all that we are doing now, but that we have, that long way to go, making research centers available to solve community problems, developing research endowments, providing its services to community, providing online consultations, we are not having, activating partnerships and operating investment prospects with big companies, self-operating some university sectors in a commercial investment manner, capabilities of the university, we are not doing this, and invest in the university property, establishing companies for industries concerned with technology transfer and localization, and supporting innovation. So these are of course, that some benchmarks to think out of the box how to go for the sustainable financing.
Professor Tilakaratne, thank you very much, sir. And our third and final paper of session 1, Global Approaches to Financing University Education and its Relevance to Sri Lanka, will be delivered by Dr. Harsha Athirupana, Lead Economist, Education Global Practice of
the Chairman UGC, Chairman CVCD, and distinguished members of the academic community. Thank you very much for inviting me to speak to you today. It's always a pleasure and of course a privilege to be with university academics and for many years in the audience, and also hear presentations that are radical and 20 years ago would have led to street protests saying that the whole higher education system is being destroyed by the World Bank. So I'm sure many of you will remember those days. So I think what we are seeing is that actually the higher education system has developed a lot compared to where we were 20, 25 years ago. Some things are by this generation of university academics, which would have been seen as a disaster and catastrophe in an earlier generation of university academics. So Professor Tilakaratna, you are now able to make these speeches like this way, without protests immediately outside. So I understand the context in which this conference has been convened, which is that we now have what economists call a hard budget constraint, which is that basically we are facing a resource crisis in the country as a whole, but that also extends to the higher education system. And there is a major problem in terms of financing capital expenditures, and I am now understanding that there's also a problem financing even recurrent expenditures. Up to now, Sri Lanka was always a country that paid some public sector salaries on time. So in this context, I understand that actually the community of higher education leaders are now thinking of alternative models of financing, because this current model is going to be a problem in years to come. So in that context, I thought I would present the various large models of public financing of higher education that we see, and then of course it is up to you to decide how you want to go forward. So the first model is of course the model that is very familiar to us in Sri Lanka, which is essentially the Western European model, and also the model that we inherited from Britain, the British welfare state, the Beveridge report that many of you economists and so on would know about, which is that higher education is publicly financed through taxes. And with tax financing, it is free to the student. So of course, we have been talking about free higher education and free school education for generations, but actually all it meant was it was free to the user, free to the student. It was financed by the general public through taxes. And so that we still see in Western Europe. We see that to some extent the UK has retreated from that, but many European countries, market-oriented European countries continue with this model. But the problem with that model is that when a country's higher education system becomes large, when a higher education system moves from 2, 3, 4, 5% of the relevant age group involved in higher education into mass higher education, it becomes extremely expensive. And sustaining that with tax financing is very difficult. So we see, for instance, even in countries like the UK, that tax rates could be 50, 60% at the margin for the highest income groups, and yet that model cannot be sustained when higher education enrollment comes to 40, 50, 60%. And that's when alternative models are looked at. Now, our rate in 2020 fell to 8% of GDP. So, Mr. Preeti Pera talked about that all cry for 6% of GDP for education. You certainly can't do that if your whole government income is only 8% of GDP. So, that is an issue, and that of course underlies many of our economic problems. So a second model, which is also there, and again Professor Tilakaratna alluded to this model in his presentation, is that you can have some cost-sharing arrangement between the government and the users, in this case the families of students or students themselves, and then there are variations on that model. So we see this cost-sharing model again in many countries. Many of you would have done your PhDs in the USA. So we see this model very much in the USA. So you would have, for example, sums from that state and he or she is studying in a state university, there is a subsidy. They pay a lower fee. Whereas if a student comes from another state into that state and is studying in that university, then those students would pay a higher fee. They would pay the cost recovery fee of that university. So we know that model exists. And then there are some other countries that have that model also. So where the university or the government pays a certain part of the costs of university education, and then you of course have to raise the balance from students. We also have that model in Sri Lanka in the context of the Open University. Because in the Open University, you actually are expected to get, I think, 30% of your recurrent expenditures from student fees. Of course, the argument for the Open University in Sri Lanka was that also these students are working students, so they could pay some proportion of their income for their higher education. A third model is a dual track system. So in this model, what you have is a set of places given free to the user. So students would come like we currently do for undergraduate education, and then you have another set of students who are taken and are given, who are charged for their higher education. So they pay fees. So this is a radical model, because in the same class or in the same building, you will have one set of students who are getting education free and another set of students having to pay for their education. But it's a radical model that has been adopted by former communist countries. So we see this in China, we see this in countries like the Czech Republic, Poland, Hungary, and so on, where you have that model. I've heard this model talked about also in this community, but it would be a radical change from the current model. Another model are currently within quotes free. In other words, tuition is free and financed by taxpayers. But there are other fee-levying higher education institutions. So for example, NIBM, NSBM, all these institutions offer higher education awards, but they do charge some fees from students. So that model also exists. And again, we see this. And then also, there is a model which is less relevant for a public sector audience, but which is also there, and which the government may well have to adopt in the current financial crisis, which is that government finances a private higher education sector. So the government can subsidize higher education in the private sector, and there are a range of models for that. But broadly speaking, a government can either finance the recurrent expenditures of higher education institutions, or they can finance the capital costs of higher education, private higher education institutions, or some combination. So we actually again have this model in Sri Lanka, because we have the student loan scheme for non-state higher education institutions. So we see that there is a certain allocation from the government budget given as loans to students who go and enroll in certain accredited education institutions. And then there is a sixth model which we call deferred tuition fees. So this is a model where students don't pay while they enroll in higher education, while they are in university, but then they start paying when they graduate and start working. So that's the model, again, Professor Tilakaratne referred to, where would depend on the degree that you have done. If you have done degrees where you are expected to be earning well, like for example, those degrees which have high units of your repayment period, whereas if you have done some other degrees that are considered important for society, but are not necessarily going to generate the kind of income that a medical doctor or a veterinary surgeon or a dental surgeon gets, then you might be subsidized by not being asked to pay a part of that. And then also there is the seventh model, which is really, is actually the seventh model, but then there is an eighth possibility where you combine these models in different proportions. So you might say, for example, that people who do degrees in certain religious studies would be completely free, and then they would not be, of course, be asked to pay. But then, which an audience like this has to consider and discuss and take up with the Ministry of Finance and other agencies, the Presidential Secretariat and the President's Office and Parliament and so on, and see what options you would have to move to given the current context and of course the political economy context of our country. So there are ways in which you could go forward. Partly depends on the policy objectives of the country. So if, for example, the policy objective as set by the UGC is to expand higher education enrollment and increase student numbers in certain then that policy objective obviously has to be financed, and then there is an increase in resources needed for the system. Also, if the policy objective is to continue to provide high quality higher education, then again that requires resources. And if there is an objective to promote research, innovation, commercialization, then again that's going to require a lot of resources, and it's very important. In fact, the country cannot become a high-income country. We have only 3 countries that have become high-income countries after it's part of China, but independently economically developed. And there's no other example, and we have not seen any country reach high-income status since 1945, so that's 78 years ago, without having innovation-driven growth. So we do need to see that generated from universities and research institutions. And then, of course, a lot depends on the political economy context. But I think the political economy context for reforms and changes is much better now than it was a generation ago. I think there are many champions for higher education financing reform in this audience and among the higher education community. Your equivalents 20 years ago would have been the opponents of the kinds of reforms that you are now talking about. In fact, even talking about research and innovation 20 years ago was a problem. Some of you will remember, I'm sure many of you were there, that in the days when IRQ was being formulated, when people talked, she soon gets outdated. So if you want to have a good teacher, that person must also be a researcher in universities. Universities can't be glorified schools, right? But now it's different. Now we take it for granted that we must do research. We have research as a part of university academic promotion criteria. Recently, the UGC has also made it possible for not only academic research publications to be brought into promotion criteria, but also innovations leading to commercialization. So it's a very different environment. So in this presentation brought up the whole discussion on innovation commercialization. So we do have an issue. Many of you, of course, almost all of you are working with the AHEAD operation. You know about it. The UBL cells, the University Business Linkage cells, were promoted by the UGC back in 2016 through a circular. And from AHEAD, we agreed that we would finance these UBL cells, which I think have been very useful for you all, and that we would finance for a while full-time staff in the UBL cells. And then the government would absorb these into the government cadre. But now we understand there is a problem from the finance ministry side because of the budget crisis about setting up cadre positions. So please consider from your side, from the vice chancellors, with your own growth in the country, not only for universities, but the whole country. And the final challenge which we all will have to face is that when we were young economic students, many of the developing country, at a traditional sector. The modern sector worked in terms of the way the rest of the world worked, and that was the export sector. In those days, our tea, our rubber, our coconuts, now also our garments and our IT industry and so on in the whole world, right? And they are able to compete in the world. And the traditional sector is an backward sector without much technology, working with manual labor, muscle power, and so on. And of course, the economists are familiar with this. So what we have in a country is you all spend your sabbatical in those countries. But when you all propose reforms that will modernize the country cities, I am constantly being sent to you on social media, on WhatsApp and YouTube and Facebook, certain people who criticize the ahead operation and criticize the World Bank. Essentially, but in a few cases I respond back and say, so you should ask about this from Professor Nilanthi, but you all will face that challenge when you take on the reforms that you all will need to come up with during this next set of, the next generation of higher education reforms. So thank you very much again for inviting me, and I look forward to the discussion and the reforms that you will champion.
Of course, 2 hours. We will listen to 3 important sessions with very valuable thoughts. The first one leading the creating wider and deeper ownership towards sustainable funding of commitments for transformations of higher education, and then the strategic approaches for sustainable financing of Sri Lankan universities by Professor P.M.C. Tilakaratna, and global approaches to financing university education and its relevance to Sri Lanka by Dr. Harsha Thurupana. So a lot of valuable points and some strategies were included in these 3 presentations. Now these 3 presentations are open for the discussion, and then you have, if you want to raise an opinion or a question, so I respectfully invite you just to tell your name and your position at the university, and then present your question or the commendation. So you can start right now. So the audience is, somebody might bring the mic. So we'll start. Professor Terence, Deputy Vice Chancellor.
Terence Madhujit, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Peradeniya. Very valuable discussion is going on. Remember, right now we are taking about 42,000 students for state sector, and those who are the borderline can be given a concession, say 50%. So they can be absorbed to the university, but they have to pay 50%. By themselves, whereas the rest of the 50% can be either provided through a loan. I cannot remember exactly where it came from. I think it's one of the state ministers suggested this. Any practicality of this model? It might not be a real model, but it can be fitted into one of these models that were suggested. Thank you. I think it should be directed to UGC. Chairman just left. I think he was expecting the question, Agilis. But we have Vice Chairman. So let's have him. So where is there a proposal like that? Or?
There won't be a proposal like that so far. If maybe it was not no, not at all. So even not think about it. We cannot do that,
I think it's an important question in the context that We already have several models. We have the total state model. Then we have this open university model. Then we have medical faculties which admit private students specifically and engineering faculties. And then have private students sitting together with other students elected. And then of course we have non-state sector. So we have several models already within our system. So
if we have
question
more
of
vacancy,
2% and getting admitted through changing policies to accommodate either local students into that quota or students from SARC instead of expatriates children, because we only can take expatriates children according to our policy. That's where the issue is. It's a simple change of policy. Because this model has been there, I don't see any kind of protest. At least I don't see so anybody should protest on that, because it's already there in the system. So Treasury can answer that question and UGC, changing policy. Let me introduce Ms. Menaka Rajaguru, Director Budget, sitting next to Vice Chairman UGC. Maybe she could answer the question, because we invited her specifically for this. Thank you very much, Menaka, for coming to the session.
Thank you very much. Actually, recently also we did expenditure review in the education sector as well. Therefore, we are also discussing different modules. This is in the discussion level. This is not implement. Because we are also thinking that fix the university 2000 and then thinking of getting more student, the fee living basis. Yeah, we are also discussing that model at the moment as well.
the argument
Yeah.
if you have some places or vacancies to fill, so why do the people will ask why you cannot take normal student level? That's going to be a big problem. If you have the vacancy, if you have a place to occupy them, why don't you take it as usual students?
Now, for example, the government has no hesitation in adopting that policy to KDU and not for other state universities. KDU is another state university, of course, a different model, but that policy is there, not for other state universities. Explain this kind of thing in the country, and I think that should be taken at a highest level of discussion and resolved.
Nilanthi, next person, the Vice Chancellor, University.
So, as Pres Sanjeevani just said, Nilanthi De Silva from the University of Kelaniya. Two questions that I want to ask and maybe propose for further this kind of discussion into the wider university community. Because I think we really do need to take this discussion out. As Professor Dr. Atrupana said, some years ago this would have been entirely like taboo conversation to have in a public forum. You might have had it in other places privately, but not publicly. So today here we have the sort of the senior management level from the universities, but they understand, I believe, the difficulties that Professor Sujiva just talked about. But we do need to take it out into the other levels of the university system where they don't perhaps see the difficulties that we are encountering on a day-to-day basis right now. So one is that question. How do we take this dialogue, this conversation, this debate out into the rest of the university system? The second question is a more pragmatic one, and maybe Professor Uduatta can answer it. Mr. Preeti Pereira, in the course of your presentation, touched on the model that NIBM and the partnership that it has with Coventry University. Right. Now you have linked up with Coventry for the name program of study so that they will get the qualification awarded by Coventry University. Why can't our state universities partner with a more free sort of a private sector oriented that kind of funding institution, so that then maybe the University of Kelaniya is the one that provides the quality assurance part of things, and we also get a royalty payment from that, which would then increase the income into our university and enable us to subsidize the students that we are catering for. So is that something that is possible within our model?
Already we have actually going for that, madam. So several universities already get some what is called dividends for their innovation. I think you are talking about that one a little bit.
Institution,
institution.
not products.
Not product. Okay. No, it is also possible. So that's a good idea, and we can discuss that matter. Yeah.
Yeah, so then, so the first question, of course, missed out, like how we can bring the dialogue to the rest of the university community. So I think Mr. Priti Pereira would like to answer for that, or adding something to the second question of Professor Nilan.
Yeah. Thank you, Sanjeevani. Yes, the model that I was talking about, it's all about stakeholding, accountability. Intangible development is all about that. So the more you go out and start the dialogue, that's why I said all of society, all of government approach must be there if you want to really involve those people and make the right kind of decision. Because you don't, you're unable to address the issues that happen. And important to ensure that it's the young people who lead. The students themselves, of course, with their parents, with their others, but those partnerships are valuable, extremely valuable. Now it's time to start the dialogue, because we got to start thinking out of the box. We got to be innovative.
Yeah, I think from the audience. Yeah. The mic, please. Yeah.
Yes, please.
Yes, I'm Ramola Rasool. I'm the director of the Postgraduate Institute of English of the Open University. Okay. So thank you very much to all the speakers. Absolutely provoking content. I appreciated all of it. In particular, I was struck by the Chairman CVCD's presentation, where genuinely it is the first time I have heard a medical doctor highlight the situation of the arts graduates and ask for equity. I really appreciated that, and I'm going to take an example from a postgraduate context to say why I appreciate it and where I would. We understand that most of our discussion today revolved around funding for undergraduate education. Postgraduate education is situated very differently. Obviously, the model is fee levying, and therefore, in this year, there has been a drastic reduction in the funds allocated for postgraduate institutions. We understand that these are drastic economic times, but I am very pleased to see that there are different models and methods and frameworks being proposed. And in that context, I would also like to ask that we think about not all postgraduate institutions as one size fitting all, and these drastic actions being applicable to all across the board. Because yes, in several or most postgraduate institutions, I would say, to remove funding or reduce funding might work, because these are, when you think about postgraduate institutes of management, medicine, it's different. But Professor Sujeeva's presentation today highlighted the particular and unique situation of the arts qualified people in this country. So when you have these people entering postgraduate institutions, try as you might, you can't fund the institution depending only on the art students who come. Now, the postgraduate institution that I represent, the Institute for English, is one such, and I also know Professor Suresh Dimel is here somewhere representing the Postgraduate Institute of Humanities and Social Sciences. So in these contexts, our clientele are teachers mostly and educators. And in the context of English, there are so many conversations and discourses about the importance of English. If that is the case, I think we should also match that rhetoric with a model or something that differentiates, that nuances discussions, and which does not have blanket solutions like all postgraduate institutions will be defunded or funding will be reduced. That is the conversation I would like for us to have. Thank you very much.
I think it's a very valid point. I think it should be sustaining itself with funding, and others probably not be able to sustain with funding. I really do not know even whether the PGIM, PGI for medicine, is actually returning investments in such a way, because I think we lose a fairly large number of our own trained cadre with time. In some specialties, nearly 90%, some with time. And debate, I think we have to appreciate that there are programs that need support and funding, even for PGI. So let's accept that. Let's move on with that. Two things. Professor Nilanti's model, we did experiment this in 1980s. That's NCMC. Because NCMC was established as affiliated to University of Colombo from MBBS. But however, MBBS degree was to be offered through the University of Colombo, and that was not liked by students, including I myself as a student. Let me admit that today, right? Well, I have gone on protest on that. But I do understand its drawback today. But can we accept that model? Can University of Colombo, any university, state university, establish a link with a private institute, develop something? Can I just get a show of hands from all of you? Do you like that model? Do you like your own institution, university, having a link with a private institution, ensuring quality of that institution, offering degrees, either in that institution with their name or with your name? Show of hands, please. Not for all degrees. Not for what are the degrees that you don't like?
Simply we can't answer
not all.
the question that you ask. Very simply you can't raise the hand and answer the question.
I'm not asking. I accept that. I'm just asking, seeing whether what kind of resistance would be there in this forum.
It requires broader discussion.
Take over. Resistance in this forum, because Professor Nilanti was speaking about taking it to community, wider community. Before going to the wider community, what are our opinions? Because we know not a large majority will speak.
We welcome your
Thank
comments,
you.
please.
This is not really connected to what Professor asked. Actually, I'm Anton Pieratne from Open University. We have to think of the context in which this discussion arises. Before the economic bankruptcy, the government declared respectfully the country as bankrupt state. We had initial discussion. But now when the country is bankrupt, there's a discussion, right? So actually, I'm trying to distance from the party politics of the country. However, the context is very much important. Now we are bankrupt. And because of this bankruptcy for which we are not responsible, there's a lot of burden on the people. Even our salary is cut, right? Even ordinary people suffers a lot. I as a student study in plantation community. There are a lot of, suffer plantation community as well. So as Professor Sujiva highlighted, of course, traditionally in Sri Lanka, education is considered as a path for upward mobility. So that fundamental truth, we should be accepted. Of course, that is colonial in Korea, in risky jobs, they earn a lot of money, but still there are a lot of barriers for our, people to go up. Anyway, for us to take this decision, whatever the model that we discuss, there should be wider discussion among the people. All these properties are people's properties. On the other hand, what I wanted to highlight is that the bankruptcy that we are in, there's no proper discussion, there's no proper plan. Few individuals cannot bring the country out of this struggle, this crisis. So there's a huge need for people to work hard and earn income in order to address this issue. So in such a context, when we don't have proper plan for the country to come come out of this bankrupt situation, our discussion here alone will not be able to address these issues. So what I am proposing here, for us to be in safer side, proper plan, and also which is accountable for the people, along with that, as experts in the education field, as administrators in the universities, we should be, our plan for human development that, and that should be well thought, well planned, and a plan which is accountable for the people. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Premkumar.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think I agree with what the ideas basically expressed by other speakers prior to me as well. And having listened to all these, I see two problems here. Particularly one is we are in a crisis of actually funding the university system. There's a funding issue. Then we have also actually basically constrain the expansion of higher education in this country. So then again we have actually a resource, particularly I'm referring to human resources. Now our staffs are moving out and they go abroad, and we are in a serious crisis. We have only 50% of the required staff in the university system and so on. In this particular context, actually we are thinking of expanding our higher education, right? So as Professor Anton also pointed out, we are in a serious economic crisis. After listening to actually Professor Dr. Harsha Drupana, he has highlighted several models here, right? He also pointed out that it's actually already implemented in Sri Lanka. It is operating now. I'm really interested because now you see, now you were talking about bit of what I call communist model, right? You were referring to old, communist, USSR and so on, that model. Because they also actually allow people to get free education at the sort of funding from the students. Why can't we think about that particular model? I think it is a bit of appealing, and also you can actually open up a discussion, right? Not to exclude people from the, participating in education. Because now when you bring a kind of neoliberal model here, Dr. Hathurupana, so neoliberal models are basically excluding people from participating in, accessing into, education. So we don't want to carry on that particular model, right? So those who can actually have resources, then they have access to education. So that is the model actually wanted to, basically, lot of people wanted to push. I don't think that it is, as a sociologist, I would not actually thinking about it will bring some sort of a justice for the people, what Professor...
So, thank you very much, Professor Premakumar. So, let me just respond to a couple of things. Before coming to you, Professor Premakumar, let me also respond a little to Dr. Rasool. So, the point you made, Dr. Rasool, is very valid about resources for postgraduate education, which I combine with research funds, decreasing. And so there is something, Madam, you all can also discuss in the Treasury. There is a fundamental problem with the way our whole higher education sector is funded. And I think people like Dr. Suresh Dimel will recognize this. We are subsidizing or giving free undergraduate education and charging for postgraduate education. Economically, it should be the other way around. The university graduates after undergraduate education capture most of the value of that investment through their jobs where they earn an income. Now, that is especially true for people who earn high incomes like medical doctors, engineers, IT graduates, and so on. So that is the whole argument for recovering that cost by asking them to pay back, because they earn way more than the cost of their education. In the case of that entire cost, so you subsidize it, but they recover some part of it. But postgraduate education generates what in economics we call public goods elements, and that research is a public good and should be funded by government. So actually we should move from a model of fully subsidizing, 100% subsidizing undergraduate education and putting more funds into research and innovation. I'm happy to discuss that more with you all. There are others here who will know that model. In economics, we know what we call the endogenous growth models, where growth is generated through innovations and through human capital, technology-driven growth, human capital-driven growth, for which you fund research and innovation and postgraduate education from the government, and leave a fair amount of undergraduate degrees like medicine and so on to be funded through various means, user fees, student loans and so on. So your point is valid, but it's a part of a broader discussion of higher education financing or education financing. The point that Professor Premakumara made, so those countries that have these parallel classes where you have one set of students fee levying and the other set fee free, are actually these communist countries, but they could afford only very small enrollment. So the Soviet Union had elite institutions like the Academy of Arts and Sciences, but a very small enrollment. They couldn't afford large enrollment. This other model came when they abandoned socialism, communism, same with China. So that is actually a variation on the model Professor Nilanthi proposed, because in this case you have a particular degree program and you're offering that degree free to some students, fee levying to some students. Professor Nilanthi is saying broader than that, the university as an institution which is fee levying. So it's the same model but variations of it. The free fee levying institution is much broader. So these are matters that your Professor Udavatta pointed out, and I think we also saw that from some comments that came. These are models that are contentious. They are politically difficult. There are people who will want to debate it, and it's up to those who advocate it to explain the benefits and advantages, to persuade others, and then of course others might point out other weaknesses. So it's a part of a public debate.
Thank you, Dr. Aturupana. So that's quite an interesting kind of an explanation. Now, simply, yeah, you.
Yeah, just to add to some before we move on to another subject. I was listening to our learned professor from the Postgraduate Institute of English, and I think there is an issue that can have a big impact on some of the other institutes. Take, for example, Postgraduate Institute of Archaeological Research. Now, one of their biggest drawbacks for their graduates is the lack of English. Now, we talked about sharing of resources. Is there a model that you could share the resources with like-minded institutes? But their big problem is that lack of English. Secondly, of course, when I'm talking in general, I think this problem of equity, I think there's going to be in the afternoon a discussion on digitization of education that should reveal to us how much this issue about equity can be overcome to a great extent by digitizing education, because the reach out is immense.
Thank you, Mr. Preeti. So simply, I'll put forward a question to the audience. So what do you think about the sustainability of the present model in the university system or maybe higher education system? So when we heard to Dr. Aturupana, of course, he put forward certain models. Of course, in a kind of putting up these communities supporting with fee levying short courses and other diploma certificates, and putting forward some masters and postgraduate courses, and meantime the training programs for the community, like where some fee levying component is added, so that kind of a mixture. So the sustainable towards the financing is happening in certain universities. But so some universities do not. Some universities are trying to get a kind of that. Everything, considering all these things into consideration, tell me, or just put into the discussion, what do you think about the present model? Is it sustainable, or can we go with the same model further?
This is Professor Surendra Kumar, Dean, Faculty of Medicine, University of Jaffna. Here I am this discussion, and then also very important to have a kind of a discussion, maybe good for maybe that for the present crisis, but that for the future of the country. But my thing is that as you correctly asked, so these models and things and propose and several things, so that is happening, and according to Dr. Hasha, that has happening for over the last and what are the implications, what sort of the impact that the models are able to make it. So that is one of the things. And another thing that and the sharing the resources and then creating research culture and the evidence, that we have a problem that we have a lot of rich of data. Even when we take about this Ministry of Health, there's a lot of data available with the Ministry of Health. But the data we are not using for this making any policy decisions, and even say simple thing, to how many doctors do we need for this country, we don't have any answer for that. But that we are increasing and opening new medical faculties. So we don't, as a country, we don't have a human resource plan, even for this health sector. So this is applicable for other sectors also. So I think this is very important, and when we want to develop models and how we are going to funding and how we are going to expand our education opportunities for our collaboration and research and surveys or education things are important. I'm expecting your comments regarding this. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Dean Management, Javadanpur University. Another perspective to add to your question, the sustainability of the current model. Of course, we understand that there are broader macro level changes that would have an impact on our system. And within this context, your question is, are we able to, or are we willing to continue with the current model? To answer the question, we need to look at how much freedom and autonomy we have in our system to efficiently run our universities. Partly our recruitments are very much politically based. We all know what I'm talking about. And to make the system efficient, to make the system managerially efficient, we need to have autonomy to utilize. Sometimes to run a faculty, we might need, properly managed, we might need certain number of employees. But with political influences, we get people more than what we need. Just take, for example, the security system of the university. How many people we need, they are just like receptionists of the university and wasting resources. And how much of safety they are bringing into the system. And then how much of technology we have incorporated into the process improvement. Now we talk about digitalization, still we haven't got some of the processes properly managed, still we are doing things manually. And without doing proper calculations or estimations or analysis, I don't think it's fair to make a judgment that had not been properly addressed by the administration. So in that context, I think we have to revisit and rethink about the current model before sort of concluding that this does not seem to work, and therefore we have to move forward. Because we need to look at this from the people who have benefited from this system. Thank you.
I think Professor Rohan Fernando is waiting for his mic. Just give me. I personally do not think, just as a response, academic positions are, academic recruitments are politically motivated. I do not think that. Okay, so there are only positions that are kind of politically recruited through a political system is non-academic positions. And we, as CVCD, we have been asking the government to change this policy. Certainly for the last 4 years, with every meeting with the president that I have been involved with, we have requested this. However, it is not being liked by even some university community trade unions. Our own trade unions they are members of that, recruited through that system. So they don't want to change that. So that's one side of it. I think it's a long debate, but I think whether the current model is sustainable or not would not, well, if you are saying that current model cannot be, we cannot make a judgment on the sustainability of the current model because of these reasons. And I think we cannot move forward. The last point is about automation of the university administration and so on, which you touched. I think it's within our own management powers. We can mobilize our own universities, change the university, automate systems. I think University of Sri Jagadhanpura is probably doing much better than many other universities on this. Right? I certainly know. I don't know, so let's. Professor Rohan Fernando.
Okay, I have, sorry.
Yes, I am Professor Rohan Fernando from the Open University. I think there's a very interesting discussion had gone on about the different financial model as well. What I personally feel is that because usually in our university system, our national university system has gone with the recognition because of the quality of education. Whatever the financial model what we have implemented should be coupled with our quality of education. That has never been discussed in this forum, this morning session. Right? That is very important in number one because for an example, we have changed our system in the 2003 that we have transformed into the GPS system. In 2015, we have transformed into the SLQF system, but we have not revisited that what has happened to the system, what is the quality of education has gone down or gone up or whatever the recognition in the international recognition of the particular our education programs. That has to be revisited importantly, and also that the model, I think, I personally like to have some certain changes in the education system that should be done. But the thing is that whenever you think about now that our academic cadre, 12,949, now that Professor Sampath has said to keep less 1,000 because of that some of them are in the sabbatical leave and some of them are in the study leave. Maybe altogether, maybe working popularity of the academic community currently in the university system is 5,000. Right? We are having the enormous pressure in our academic side, enormous pressure to conduct our normal academic programs. Whenever we have, and also in the second thing is we are in a crisis now. And whenever you are going to compare with the Hong Kong model or European model or communist model or whatever the model, about the current ground situation as well. This has to be discussed in the wider forum, not raising your hand, right? And the wider forum has to be discussed in the wider forum has to come up with the decision in the stakeholders as well. This is the one I think want to tell you first thing. The second thing, I think in the very first Mahapola, right, that he has mentioned that 40% of the students are getting the Mahapola and suggested to bring out into the 10% and increase the amount into the 10,000. I think personally...
Not 10%, but...
Yeah, whatever the numbers into the lower income grade into the 10,000. What I feel is I am one of the father of one of the students who study in the National University. We consider this as a middle grade. Even me, with that salary cut and the taxing cut and everything, I personally have finding difficult to give my daughter to basic exemptions. And then I think with that one, I think all the communities should come up with the common solution that all that 40% that particular student should have given the 10,000 rupees per Mahapola. But we have to look very closely about that Mahapola Trust Fund. This mismanagement of the Mahapola Trust Fund has to be revisited very carefully. And then I think if you do that one, I am sure that we will be able to increase the Mahapola into the
appropriate topic given the context we are now having. Actually, I would like to comment on this topic from two perspectives. Actually, I feel personally the higher need for sustaining our financial strength of the universities for our future development because of two factors. One is the global context. I think one of the resource person from the World Bank, he might have a good idea than me. I read an article, I think there they say that the next decade the world growth rate would be on average 1%. So that sounds that in the next decade definitely the whole country would be facing some economic problems, problem for another at least 5 or 6 years. So there should be a solution for that. Otherwise, we have to run the universities as we are now running for the next decades also. That is my first concern. Second concern is the micro concern. Actually, now if you look at this free, there's a turning point. I think majority of our parents spends large amount of their money. That is a private education. So they prepare their student for O-level and particularly for A-level. By spending, actually the calculation is for science stream, they spend on average per year 2 million. They spend money. And then they did the survey, and there they identify what is called this readiness of the parent for paying for their higher education. Actually, in their survey, they identify one of the students, 40% of our university students' parents are ready to pay. They are willing to pay. But because the system say that, they are not, charge anything, no, it is free for their students. But their view is that if the university is, charging, because they are well-to-do families, they have the money. So they are ready to with a good solution or model for our financial stability, and definitely we may be able to, sustain our, maybe the higher education in the future also. Let alone, growth of the higher education. At least if we want to keep.
Yeah. I'm Janaka Pushpakumara from Rajarata Medical Faculty, Dean. So just want to keep in our mind. So in addition to the equity and equality issues at the level of students, there are several levels, even as universities, even as faculties. So specifically, we do have inequality issues with the geographical location of the university within the country. So we do suffer a lot because of that. So I request you all to consider when you are, working on that, consider that as well, because that is a real issue. Because some of the people can't understand the issues faced by the peripheral universities. So that is something very important to address when you consider the equality and
very valid point. So thank you. So you did raise that point about the new universities compared to the older ones, but keep in mind that also sometimes the new universities might be able to introduce reforms that older universities can't, because you all in a way can be more innovative. You might be able to do things. We have seen that with several of the World Bank funded projects, Vayamba, Rajarata, you all were able to do things that older universities struggled. Sabaragamu is another good example, because your administrators are also new and they are willing to do things. I think I can see the vice chancellors, vice chairman UGC nodding. So it's both, you have problems, but you also have opportunities. So just as an example, I think Professor Premakumara made this very valid point. Okay, what if we follow the model that Russia and China and Hungary and Czech Republic did, and allow a class of students in the same degree program to come fee levying, while the other group of students are non-fee levying. I think if you try to do that with Colombo Medical, you will have a huge problem. If you do it in Rajarata Medical, it may not be so much of a problem. These are hypotheses, but I suspect that that may be the case. So you all might be able to do innovative things that older universities struggle. Vayama Medical might be able to do this, or Sabaragamu might be able to do this kind of thing. Peradeniya might be a huge problem. People will talk about, Sir Ivo Jennings and go back. So I can see you all smiling. So you may have opportunities also. This is just an idea for you all to consider.
Sir, thank you very much. I am Professor Mudita from Uvavelasa University. By about 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock, when I was standing in front of the main gate, I felt it was an African university or a Chinese university. Hardly you find a white student in such universities. So during my student career, we had only one foreign student. She came from Japan. She tried second MBA for 4 times. She cried heavily. She told, I was called as doctor in their community in Japan, but she went back without anything. So our content, huge. We, with lot of effort, we tried to increase this percentage from 0.5% to 5%. So in fact, I'm from Javadanapura University. We have 150 students. We managed to recruit only 2 students in 2022. We could have admitted 7 minimum. Why? Why can't it? That is money. Fortunately, Colombo Medical Faculty, they have a different MOU with SAARC countries, and they run with a little higher number of foreign students. And Javadanapura now currently having Chinese students. So this is a crisis situation. I think we need to look into these issues differently. And we need to try to transform all these degrees, concentrating more on skills and value development rather than loading up these students with contents. So that this is one of my suggestions.
So director budget is there, so she policy making bodies today. And UGC vice chairman is there. Well, personally, I have felt this need for a long period of time. I don't know whether there is anybody who is kind of, please come up, no problem in expressing your ideas, who doesn't like the idea of having for overseas students on a field living basis in our state universities. In every university, every faculty, every degree program has a quota for field living students from overseas. Don't limit to expected children, so that we can have attract students from any country, SAARC and whatever. So is that a possible conclusion that I can take it to the minister this evening? Where I can see that I cannot take a lot of things as conclusion, right? Okay. Yes, Professor Ajira. Mike.
I am Dr. J. Raj, a librarian attached to the Eastern University. Thank you for the comprehensive presentations. And my clarification goes to Dr. Harsha Tuparna, that lead World Bank, as you said. So, since all institutions have to seek sources for funding for their own survival and for sustainability, due to the current economic crisis, to convert everything, information sources or anything, to convert into the digital mode, because now we have come to an online territory. Whether we want or not, we have to convert everything into digital mode, as you said. The thing is, it would be beneficial if the World Bank includes a library sector like other faculties into your World Bank projects in the future. We can do wonders in the future, because at the moment we are not in a position even to think about a single plagiarism tool. We are struggling to subscribe any plagiarism tool to our university because due to paucity of funds. So, considering these matters, please include the library sector also in the future World Bank projects. So we will show the progress to you, and those based on the performance indicators, we can perform well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I was listening to the presentations as well as the discussion that was going on. And I wanted to, we are all talking about how do we operate optimally in a resource constraint setting? And when it comes to resource constraints, you can all talk, we can all agree that in whichever country you live in the current context, current economic order in the world, there are resource constraints. So we may be, in a unique position where the country declared that we were kind of bankrupt, and then we went into a unique situation. But if you look around, there's resource constraints everywhere. And we need to look at optimizing our processes, re-engineering our administration, and re-engineering the way we run our universities if we are to overcome this issue. I think that is the way we should look at it. And there are gains of efficiency, economics that you can that you can achieve by re-engineering our processes. And I don't think we can wait for higher authorities to come and do it for us. It has to happen in our, we have to take the leadership. As deans of medical faculties, directors of institutions, vice chancellors of universities, we have to take the leadership to bring about that re-engineering. And that is what we need to do. So to do that, there has to be a certain amount of autonomy that is given to us in certain areas. So we were talking, for example, about the foreign students. Let me take that as an example coming from medical faculty of the University of Colombo. Currently, other than for capital investment that have been made in the faculty, and other than for the salaries that come to us, everything else is paid for by our generated funds, and it is mainly coming from the foreign students. So we have suffered roughly in the range of about run our faculty. I know my colleagues in the all other faculties have been asking over the past few years, at least the past couple of years, give us the flexibility to recruit foreign students. And still the green light really haven't come, because if you look 50 applicants, and everyone, except for barring for one or two, as first choice puts Colombo. And then we were taking 10 students, and we were allocated 10 students. Last year, we decided that we are going to distribute everybody equally amongst the faculties, and there were only about 27 applicants, and as a result of that, every faculty got 2 or 3. So for Colombo, what happened was from our 10, we came down to 2 or 3, and the impact of that, financial impact of that for my faculty is over the next 5 years, we are losing 150 million rupees, which we could have put to development of our faculty. So we are, embarking on recruiting foreign students. We need to embark on it aggressively and get the correct numbers. I think every faculty wants to admit about 10 students. We are charging $12,500 from them, and it has been stated that $12,500 is not enough, be increasing it. And so I think all the deans of medical faculties are in agreement that we need to do this as an enterprise aggressively, not just by word of mouth. And we need the okay from the UGC to go forward with that. Then of course, where in my other university in China, there are currently 700 Sri Lankans studying there. If you take Belarus, some of the universities in Belarus, there are more than 300 or 400 students studying there. And so currently, our foreign intake coming into the country is as great as the local production, and it is going to go on more. So we need to, I think, when operating in a resource constrained setting, look at other models, because if you understand biology, like if you don't evolve, you perish. So we are in that critical state, and we need to really think of the models. And what I was really expecting today was critical evaluation of the current model and then some of the proposed models, so that we can actually not Sujiva raise our hands and put us on the spot but maybe using digital means vote on what are the models are, so that we can give our feedback on an anonymous way without exposing, I think, as some of the colleagues said, for going forward. So those were the submissions that I wanted to make, and I'm really thankful for opening up the floor for this discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Final comment by Vice Chairman UGC Professor Chandan. University any degree program?
5%.
5%.
Not initiated maybe 3-4 years back because we didn't find any problem in science. The problems aggravated like this, but right now because of this maybe pandemic or maybe economic crisis, we have to think about these kind of different models for the university systems. So then of course just raising hands might not do everything at once here, like, but still we need to initiate these discussions. That is why we just put forward these 2 CVCD conference and then initiated discussions, and we invited responsible heads of each university, the deans of faculties and librarians, directors of IT, as well as the registrars and bursars to initiate this discussion. But so putting all your ideas and recommendations, suggestions and objections, whatever, for this, the topic, of course, we just put forward in today's meeting. So now as a summary, I would like to invite 3 speakers just to come up with their wrap-ups of their own contents of speech now. So first of all, I would like to invite Mr. Preeti Perera just to put forward his wrapping up in today's the morning session.
Thank you. It was quite an interesting listen, diverse views, different issues also. But to wrap it all up in nutshell, everyone is facing a resource crunch, and everyone has to but produce something which is agreeable to all, which everyone is wanting. So let's concentrate just on those things within the present available resources, and that could be just to concentrate on producing the right quality with equity, to make education fit for the purpose and fit for life. So with those ultimate objectives, what you need to concentrate and push for is, one, to enable the same opportunity of learning and development of the students throughout. So we need to change that from within the present. You don't need to go for a huge change of the system within the existing system and the resource availability, but please try to see how you can change the situation by providing them for the students to develop themselves and the right way. That's where I spoke about the Delors Commission report and the 4 paradigms. Secondly, also, in order to achieve your objectives, concentrate on the teacher or the professor, or that recognition and the status, so that they'll be able to produce what they have to. Thirdly, everyone spoke about research, and that is for a higher education institute. Research is one of the most important components if you want to initiate something of your own. And that's where the funding would be. Even with virtually real, you might like to. For example, the SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, there's a huge commitment from the global community.
So if you do move into that direction, you'll be able to get funds, greening, renewable energy, and the education for peace and sustainable development for your research. Then comes the other thing about the finding the right balance for financing. So that financing can come in, as I said, through the various sources, but you have to ensure that it is done efficiently, it is done equitably, and it is done in a way that within the available finance, you'll be able to produce what you're.
Right. So thank you very much for the opportunity today. Now, all that of course the valid comments came from the audience. Now this is only the discussion, not the conclusion. Where that we all are under pressure because most of the that of course our teams expressed. Of course, dearth of our human resources. Everyone, most of them are leaving now from the country, brain drain. And at the same time, then the quality concerns came. Of course, yes, the state universities are producing quality graduates. I'm not, that going to compare with the, that non-state higher education. But what I brought here for the discussion, there are models available, the countries where that, of course, went, downturn and, that achieved the resilience, especially in the, that higher education. Then some untested models are there to test those models and to bring prosperity to our university structure. So then this kind of a discussion, if we are not initiating, the politicians will never initiate this. Today, as Professor Sujeeva said, we'll be meeting minister and we'll expressing that all, that ideas. Every day we are pressing up. But with that only, we will be able to have a win-win situation. Thank you very much. And one more thing. So I think that for the UGC chair, his speech that not included the Open University, the Open University of Sri Lanka is catering to the 45,331 students as of today. And 2023, we did not get expenditure, only for the permanent salaries. Very difficult to run. Thank you.
So thank you very much. Just to contribute a few concluding points. One, the point that the medical dean from Colombo raised at the end. So I think this discussion, as Professor Tilakaratna said, is the beginning of a process. I don't think in a group like this you can come to a final conclusion. But I hope that this process will be taken forward by the UGC and the CVCD and other leaders in the universities, and that over the next few months at least you all can come with radical proposals to develop the higher education sector and address the financing needs. The other is that several comments were raised about autonomy and governance issues. So that is linked with the way a system is financed. There are some things that can be done to promote autonomy within the current financing model, but I think most of that has already been done. If you look at the way the UGC has operated probably over 20, 30 years, to a great extent there is autonomy in the system within this existing financing model. But if the financing model is changed, then you can have other kinds of autonomy, and those two have sort of causation that flows both ways. The way you finance a system can degree of autonomy or governance of the system, but also the way the way a system is governed can determine the way financing can be done. So you all need to take those into account as you all go forward. And from my side, I'm going to look forward eagerly to see how this evolves, and of course whatever support the World Bank can provide in the future.
Then thank you very much. So this finds the end of this morning session, and then we will hand over the session to the compares. Over to you.
Thank you, Madam. It is with great delight that we cordially invite the Vice Chairman of the UGC, Senior Professor Chandana P. Udavatta, on stage, together with the Chair of the conference, Senior Professor Nilanthi De Silva, on stage to appreciate our presenters this morning.
We'll hand over the plaque to Dr. Harsha Turupana. Dr. Professor Lal Tilakaratna, Vice Chancellor, Open University Sri Lanka. And Mr. Priti Perera. Professor Udavatta, and thank you very much, Professor Nilanthi.
Thank you. And with that, we come to the end of the session 1. It was indeed a timely and an interactive session enriching the CVCD Conference 2023. Distinguished guests, we will now adjourn for lunch. Please kindly note that for Vice Chancellors, Rectors, Directors and other dignitaries, lunch will be served on the floor of the Dr. Pandit W.D. Amradeva Memorial Hall. And for other invitees, lunch will be served on the 3rd floor. And of course, please do not hesitate to contact us for any assistance. And reminding you that the session 2 will commence at 1:30 p.m. We wish you a pleasant afternoon. Thank you.
from the previous session, we cordially invite you, Vice Chancellor Sir of the University of Colombo, to take over this session for the preliminary remarks and moderation, after which Dr. Asitha will commence.
Very good afternoon. Venerable Mahasangha, Deputy Chairman of the University Grants Commission, Commission members, Vice Chancellors, all other fellow deans and academics, registrars, bursars, administrators, other distinguished participants. It is a very important topic we are dealing now. I think as university administrators, we should be very pragmatic rather than philosophical. So I think what we can do, we have to learn together, because we can share our experience. There are excellent experience in various universities. We do not share those experiences. I think this kind of conference is need for that, because digitalization is taking place all the universities today, but level may be different, investment may be different. There are various reasons for that. So digitalization, online education, computerization, there are various names for that, but we all are doing that. We know that Sri Lanka is facing bunch of crises, and we are under the dark cloud education institutes. But within this cloud, of course, I believe this digitalization is a silver line, kind of a silver line, where if we can use these digitalization efforts to reduce our cost, generate additional income, increase the satisfaction of our stakeholders by using digitalization, that is what we need. I believe that there are two kinds of stakeholders for each and every academic institute. One is internal stakeholders. Internal stakeholders are not only students, but we know there are 5 kinds of employees also in the university. Academics, academic support staff, administrative staff, non-academic staff, casual and temporary staff members. So all the stakeholders should get the benefit of digitalization. For example, I take some examples in University of Colombo. I have to apologize that for. I don't know whether it is good to practice others. The one thing that we don't issue now any pay sheets in Colombo, because all the pay sheet we send by email to all the employees, all the even non-academic, even casual employees, we send their pay sheets only by email. So earlier you can remember that about 2,000, 4,000 papers we need per month to print the paper. So not only that, we can go many dimensions. For example, all the trees in the University of Colombo, now there is a QR code. We maintain digital tree inventory in the University of Colombo, going with the Sustainable Development Goals. So we can adopt various techniques to develop, improve our system. I think you have more different experience, you can share it for other universities. So this should be the way we have to organize this CVCD conference. I don't want to take much time, particularly as Vice Chancellors, what we should worry about. We have to rethink about when can we digitalize our student ID card. When can we put QR code and barcode to all students entering into our universities? When can we digitalize our entrance gate with the QR code? So that is also very important. And introducing digital system and particularly dashboard system for decision making. That is very essential, particularly in terms of financing. The all Vice Chancellors should have dashboard system. Anytime they should be able to monitor where the situation in financing, how the balances, all these things. We need to improve these. Going beyond that, of course, We know that we are using Google Sheets for many activities. Can't we more and more Google Sheets for all the data and sharing this data and utilizing. And this identifying the resources for digital world and moving with the other countries, we can learn many things. In this regard, I think this topic is very timely important. And I'm proud to say that we have nominated, the CVCD has nominated the best academics in the university system in Sri Lanka. Of course, the first presentation from the Dr. Asitha Bandaranayaka, Senior Lecturer, Faculty of Engineering, University of Peradeniya, Introduction to Digital Transformation in Higher Education and its current status in Sri Lanka. Then, of course, Professor Gihan Dias Senior Professor Gihan Dias from the University of Moratuwa, Professor in Computer Science. How can we meet student expectations in the digital age? And finally, Senior Professor K.P. Hewagamage from the University of Colombo will speak about enhancing the competency of graduates, the digital transformation of higher learning through virtual university models. I hope that all the speakers will touch the areas where I cited that we need to rethink about how can we stimulate the university. Not only academia, but administration, non-academic, academic support, all the areas are very important to run university as a smooth university. So thank you very much. I don't want to take much time. Let me invite Dr. Asitha Bandaranayaka to do his presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's an extreme honor and a privilege for me to be here addressing this August gathering, and it's quite humbling as well. But without much ado, I'll go into my presentations because we have very limited time. So today I'm before the two eminent speakers to follow me. I'll try to give an introduction to digital transformation, specifically in higher education, and then a brief glimpse about its current status in Sri Lanka. So moving on to digital transformation in higher education, I'm quoting and I'm using material from EduCourse, which is a non-profit whose mission is to advance higher education through the use of information technology. And they are basically the largest mover in digital transformation. And so first, we'll try to understand what digital transformation is, because this is one place, as Professor Karunaratne correctly mentioned earlier, there are a lot of names being used. So just to clarify and identify what exactly digital transformation means. So to give you the definition that is given by EduCourse, digital transformation is the process of optimizing and transforming the institution's operations, strategic direction, and the value it gives through digitization. If you look at digitization, the first D, it's actually about, it's about digitizing the information. Basically what we are looking at is converting analog or physical data into digital form. So that basically just digitizing the information, right? But the next stage is in the digitization is organizing this information. Now, what you mean by organization is that, you know, having data is one thing, but if you're unable to search and retrieve information when you need it, then the data is of no use. So just converting anything to digital mode is not sufficient. We need to identify ways of storing it and retrieving the information that we need for the purposes that we need to use it for. And then we move on to what we call digitalization. Now, digitalization is about data, whereas digitalization is about processes. So when we have data, when we move on to digitalization, what we understand is that we can, when we have data, we can start automating processes. Now, when you talk about automation, the automation is basically, the idea of the automation is to basically convert or replace the repetitive, boring task that our workforce has to do day to day with machine intelligence and computers, so that we can free up them to do things that need innovation and creativity and so on. Right? So automation of processes is that once you automate these processes, you can actually move towards streamlining the thing. So like streamlining is basically from A levels results to entering the university registration, student registration, exam results, transcripts, hostels, funding, all those things. So you can, if you can combine those information, so that is from the academic point of view. You can do the same in the administration as well. So that is streamlining, is like making sure the entire system works with the automation. So that is the digitalization process. Now, I'm sure most of you would recognize, there are a lot of blockers and limitations in doing this. So this is where actually the digital transformation comes in. Now, as I said earlier, digital transformation is more about a cultural shift. It's a mindset, attitude change to embrace the technology and embrace what we can gain from the technology, from the machines, from the machine learning, and ensure that the humans workforce is actually kept to do the innovative work that they are capable of. So this basically the understanding of from digitalization to digital transformation. Right? And now moving on, first question, why are we talking about digital transformation? Right? Now, as we see, digital transformation can help institutions to reinvent itself, to thrive during these challenging times. Now, first thing I think all of you recognize very easily, as we saw during the COVID times, that technology and digital transformation can actually transform the education of students, where you can use pedagogical strategies where we talk about student-centered learning, anytime, anywhere learning, and so on, so that we can adopt different type of pedagogical strategies to ensure that the student's outcome is prioritized, not the teaching itself. And also we can support a very diverse group of students, because we can cater to a wider variety of students through different platforms. So this we have already seen, and I think many people already understand and recognize the importance of this through the technology. Moving on to the research part. Now, this is something that we are yet to actually touch upon, unfortunately. How we can advance research through digital transformation, and with improved the research methodologies, access to big data. Now, just to give you an idea, at the moment, I don't know how many of you are using, as far as we know, not much at all. So at the moment, through Learn, all the institutes in Sri Lanka are connected to the Asia Pacific network through our own network. This is not through the commercial internet. So we are actually connected to the entire Asia Pacific region, so it's called TAIN network. And that network is connected to the worldwide. Have an academic network backbone, which is entirely dedicated for research, data, and so on, which we are not really utilizing at all. And this has been used in the last couple of decades for basically to connect, communicate, and collaborate across the world, to do research projects across the world in climate change, music, dancing, this large LHC at CERN, and so on. So there are a lot of data, a lot of research that are being done, which we are missing out on, because we are not utilizing this technologies, and we are not looking at it from that angle, right? So there has been a lot of projects that we can get involved in the global stage and become a global player. So that is the research innovation that we can do with digital transformation administration, where you improve the operation and the business practices and increase the flexibility. Now, things are changing very fast. We are now dealing with ChatGPT and getting things done very quickly with machine intelligence and all that. Can we utilize this machine intelligence and flexibilities that we're talking about in our administration to ensure things are done efficiently and people don't have to worry about the processes, but we can get our things done, the education and the research and all that. So not only education, it's about research and as administration as well. Now, what is driving digital transformation? Naturally, as we know, it started with the pandemic. It has been the silver lining or the blessing in disguise with the pandemic, even though it has been a disaster. The main, during that time, we had a pervasive adoption of technology. Those who were reluctant or resistant to technology had to take it up, and eventually we saw the entire community taking up with the technology to deliver courses, as Professor Sampath Amaratunga said early in the morning. We managed to do it without the backlog. So that's, the adoption of the technology, even though forced, is now driving this entire transformation. And more than that, there's new expectation about the technology from the students. As Mr. P.T. Pereira said in the morning, we are dealing with 21st century students, and they are just this mobile-friendly, TikTok-friendly, content creation generation. They are far ahead of us in many aspects. Way that does not work. So if you are to really reach the current students and ensure that they are learning, that we talk about student-centered learning, then the way to do it is through digital transformation. Right? And the advances technology, I mean, has been talked, many times, with the now, as I said, ChatGPT and all that, what is happening in AI, all those things. So there are a lot of new technologies coming out every single day, and if we are not utilizing it to ensure we are having an efficient, productive system, then we are losing out. And also the increasing skepticism about higher education, whether it's really worth it. This is one of the key things that's happening, as I know Professor Amarsen also mentioned in the morning, especially in the top schools. People are just giving up on A-levels and looking at other avenues. I mean, so this is a major crisis if we are to neglect or we are not to cater for the student population. So we need to ensure that the higher education, we stay relevant to the generation, not to what we used to be, to 20, 30 years ago. Reduced public funding, definitely this is the entire discussion in the morning. So what can we do about it? We'll discuss next. And there are many more factors, right? Now, especially about the student success through digital transformation. This is what Professor Gihandais will basically mainly touch upon, so I'm not going to talk about it just to understand that we can ensure that the student outcome, student learning can happen through digital transformation. I'll let Professor Gihandais address that next. One of the key things that we need to understand when we talk about digital transformation, that digital transformation is not an IT thing. We can't just throw computers or money and IT infrastructure into the problem and hope that everything gets resolved. It's not going to happen. The main important thing for digital transformation is it relies on the institutional leadership to understand and champion the change, to build on the core values of the higher education as well as the institutional goals. Right? And basically, to understand, it's a continuing effort. I mean, it's not just you put money, you establish infrastructure, you give a lot of computers and those of things, and hope that it's going to work. It's not like that. It's a continuing effort. Keep changing with the trends as you go forward. So basically, the digital transformation equation is basically the intentional change in institutional value, proposition, and direction, combined with the shift of culture workforce mentioned earlier. So let's move on to looking at that, the culture, workforce, and technology very briefly. So to start with, the most important part of the three pillars in digital transformation, the culture. Now, digital transformation ready culture is a very, very focused one. where it focuses on the institutional goals and adept at change management and agilely adapt to the changing needs. As you know, Dr. Harsha Trupana mentioned in his speech, I mean, we see Korea, Singapore, Hong Kong have moved ahead, far ahead, because they have been proactive to change with the changing world and adapt their education and the innovation with that. Now, if we are to go to that level, because Singapore and Sri Lanka were in the same level in the 60s, right? So, and they have moved on to now about 90,000 US dollar per capita, and we are still at about 33,000. So that difference is because they have been in the forefront, changing even before the world thinks about it. So if we are to develop, that is the approach that we have to take, not to be reactive, not to do everything after everybody else in the world have done, right? So we have to be agile and flexible in our in higher education if we are to actually develop as a nation. And the areas of impact, I'll go through this quickly. The strategic innovations where we look at IT embedded into the institution. And this is very important. Once again, this was mentioned earlier as well. RITA, rather than having a piecemeal approach to development, rather than having a department, unit level, unfocused approach, what is championed in digital transformation is to look at institution-wide, even possible if it's country-wide, sector-wide focus, where you actually spend on strategic directions rather than just throwing money and let everybody do whatever they want. Because that is not going to go into the institution towards the institutional goal, but it's just a development of individual silos, which is not really driving the institutional goal the way we want to, right? And then we look at the institutional alignment and what the institution wants to achieve, and then the new level of cross-organizational, because this is all possible. Like if you take Radhaniya, we have all different faculties that are possible, and to ensure that we can work together with everybody, and whether we can work together with other universities, because it's all with the technology now, right? And especially, as Professor Amarasena mentioned in the morning, if you are not using the data and analyze those data to understand what is happening, then we are losing out a lot. Our decision making has to be based on information, on data. So without going towards the data and data analytics, we are just working blindly, right? So that is actually one of the main criteria for us to consider. Are we going to just continue without looking at the data, just blindly thinking based on our perceptions, right? And then we move on to digital transformation and the workforce. Now, the impact of digital transformation goes far beyond our existing work. It's going to create completely new jobs, as well as require the reskilling, right? The entire workforce will need the technology and data skills, but more than that, there are going to be a lot of new roles that are being introduced, not only at lower level, but at the highest level as well. If you are looking at digital transformation and technology transformation, at the moment we are looking at, if you go to the top universities in the world, you see like chief data officer, chief information officer, chief technological officers, the vice chancellor of technology, etc. Right? So there are these technology-based transformational leaders are in the top management in the top universities around the world, because that's how they are driving the digital transformation. So we have to look at how we can strategically involve the transformation. It's not about technology, as I said, but how to change the culture and how we are approaching the strategic directions. And just to look at this reskilling needs, this is from the Future Jobs Report from the World Economic Forum last year, and they say 50% of the workforce will need reskilling, will have to do the reskilling, as well as 40% of the work that they are doing has to be reskilled, right? So these are huge numbers. So I mean, we had for a long time, we had the same time, going to the office, writing down things and so on. But the technology is changing so fast, and the requirements are changing so fast. If we don't approach the reskilling and the continuous professional development within our system, and not only that, institutional-wide recruitment policies and the reskilling policies, we are going to lose out very soon because we can't keep up with what is happening, right? So once again, the areas of impact is going to be the transformation of the work and skills. The institutional leaders will have to learn how to reskill and restructure their workforce. And institutional workforce management, once again, this siloed development is not going to work anymore because we have to be very strategic in doing it. And on the same way, we can actually go towards the diversity, equity, and inclusion that was actually talked about earlier. And then moving on to digital transformation and technology. Most people think technology is digital transformation. New technologies do not by themselves bring about digital transformation. Having said that, it's absolutely essential that the leaders understand not just the new technologies, but how can you apply them in service of the institutional mission, right? So it's very important to understand how it can be applied to what you want to do. So looking at different things, how the technology is changing, this is where especially this the economies of scale and the reduced funding come into the picture. The new technologies, this consolidation of technologies, are actually allowing us to reduce the cost of infrastructure, which is moving to different, merging the platforms, moving to the cloud and so on, to ensure that we can reduce the cost. And then the technology management, as I said earlier, unlike previously where you just allowed the departments, units to do what they want, as the industry understood a few years ago, moving towards enterprise architecture. What we mean by enterprise architecture is deciding the entire, like the infrastructure and the directions of the entire institutes together. So where you can actually get the maximum benefit of the technology and also ensure that those are aligned with the institution goals. So enterprise architecture and all that, not only going to increase the value for the institution, but it's going to reduce the long-term cost as well. One of the key things when it especially come to education is that the personalization and individualization, which allows the students to actually, we can cater the education to each student based on what they are. So these are based once again on data and analytics. We can cater to each student's needs and how each student learns and ensure that they learn to the maximum potential, right? And then dealing with the emerging technologies like AI, virtual reality, augmented reality, the machine learning, Internet of Things. So there are many, many things that are coming up. So we need to keep abreast of these things, and we need to ensure that we are there to take advantage of those things, right? Once again, as I said, digital transformation is a process of optimizing and transforming the institution's operations, strategic directions, and the value proposition through a deep and coordinated shift of culture, workforce, and technology. So that is the key idea of digital transformation. And next, we'll move on to have a quick glimpse of digital transformation in higher education. This is a study that was done, a combined study done by National Education Commission and Learn, which happened from last year until recently. We are in the process of analyzing the data. So this is a glimpse of the data, and I'm actually going to focus mainly on just the culture aspect or the attitude aspect of this study, and mainly on the higher management. Basically, from your group, from the vice chancellors to deans to the heads of the departments and directors and so on, to look at the current perception or current mindset about digital transformation. So start with the importance of digital transformation. So, I mean, we understand CVCD the conference, since this topic is there and we are discussing it here, majority of you really understand the importance of it and champion in that one. So that's understood. And so we see, like, digitization, we see nearly 50% saying very, very important, and all three categories we see up to nearly 80% saying important or extremely important. But I'm concerned about this 10% who are saying it's not important. Having that, to ensure that we can have an institution-wide, sector-wide transformation, we need to ensure that we transform the skepticals, right? So we need to do that. So this is the main concern I'm having. Who are these 10%? This is the leaders we are talking about, the deans, VCs, heads, and all that. So 10% is saying this is not important at all. So which is a bit of a concern. And then we are looking at the next 5 years. Now this is quite I see that digital transformation, 12% thinks it can happen completely. That's very optimistic and really good to see, very being optimistic. I'm not really sure how practical that would be, but we see a lot of optimism. I'm not really sure whether it's not really understanding what it requires for digital transformation. So that's why we looked at this question, awareness of the 3Ds. How well do you understand the 3Ds, digitalization, and the digital transformation? Looking at that, we see that 11% says, I have never heard of these terms before, whereas 28% says, I know exactly what those means. So a majority either doesn't know what it means or don't know really the difference between these terms. So that's quite understandable. So that's one of the reasons that, for this particular talk, to ensure that that's wide on exactly what is needed in the digital transformation. And then moving on to the current status of the university strategic plan on digital transformation, we see that 19% says not considered up to now, so there's no thinking. 56% no strategy, but under discussion. In the process of developing strategic plan, that is 17%, and then we have strategic plan has been implemented about 8%. So which is again great to see. We hope that in the coming years that these numbers will increase rapidly with the understanding and the awareness. And the position towards digitally enhanced teaching, learning, and assessment, that is on top. And the other one is the administration. Now, this is where we see the position towards digitally enhanced teaching and learning. That's quite very positive, as you can see. That's strongly agree goes up to like 70-80%. Whereas when it comes to digitally enhanced administration, the numbers are quite low compared to the academics. So this is one of the areas, as mentioned by Professor Karunaratha previously also, like it's not just about the academics or the education. We need to ensure that the digital transformation or the technology is utilized in all sectors of the university so that we can actually have a benefit of that, right? So finally, looking at the availability of digital platforms, so this is moving away from the culture, this is technology. The availability of digital platform, once again, we see that maybe due to COVID as well, about 96% have teaching, learning, and assessment platform, like Moodle and other platforms like that. So it's pervasive adaptation, at least during COVID, and now almost everybody is using digital platforms for education, whereas administration is not so, right? It's just 40% of the adoption. So this is where we see we are lagging, and if without that, we can't ensure that the rest of the things are happening smoothly. So that is all I'm going to present from our study, and await the detailed insights soon. We are hoping to publish this data plus many more insights, detailed insights in the coming months, in collaboration with NEC. So that's about my presentation. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Asitha. Let me invite Professor Gyanda's presentation.
good afternoon. And so thank you very much, everybody, for inviting me, especially the CVCD. Dr. Asita talked about the technology in general for both the students for the learning part as well as administration. I would like to concentrate specifically on students.